Yo, what's going on, everybody? Welcome, welcome. If this is your first time on my channel, welcome. My name is Mike. I like to do different gesture drawings and, like you see here, character designs and things like that. I like to answer questions if you have any. And yeah, disclaimer, I haven't done a great job of saying this in the beginning of my streams, but I do want to be, what's going on, Peter? Do want to be very clear. I am not a professional artist. I'm an aspiring professional artist. So this channel is supposed to be my journey to get there. Um, so as I give you some tips and tricks or whatever, some advice, just know that it's coming from somebody that's not a professional yet. So yeah, let's get started. I have everything pretty much set up already for today. We are going to start off with just 10 minutes of gesture drawing, and then I'll get to work on this character. My hope is that I will finish her today. I think I'll be able to. We just have some light things to adjust with her pieces of her design, and then just finish up the lighting and things like that, and I think we'll be good to go. All right. So let's get started. Have the references up in the upper right hand corner of the screen there. I'll be using all of these references, can be found on Mark Bernay's site on CubeBrush. Yeah, let's get going. I hope all of you are doing well too. I was very proud of myself because I had everything pretty much set up. I forgot to get that set up, just my brush. I hope you're doing well, Peter. I appreciate you hanging out with me for today. So this will end up being probably one of my longer streams, kind of like the one that I had last week or the week before. I don't think it'll be quite as long as that one where it was like 4 hours, but expect like 2 or 3 hours for today, I would say. Because I do want to finish my one character and start a design for another one. I've been doing really well too. My actual like current like day job has been picking up, which is great because I get paid hourly. Or I get paid per session really. So that's been fantastic. Um, oops. Some things just with gesture drawing, which I do feel pretty comfortable talking about, is that you're just going for the general flow of the character. And if you're not at the place where you're doing volumetric gestures like I am, that's all right. They don't need to look like this. In gesture drawing, really the less lines you use, typically the better. So just keep that in mind. I'm trying in my gestures to get to more of a point where the product is like nearly finished. So that's why you're not seeing me do shorter gestures with like less line work and more so just like the thing that you think about when you think of like a gesture, like something that's gestural. Um, so I try not to do that at this time just because I don't want to work that right now. I think at some point it would be good for me to go back to it just to try to simplify my process a bit more. I don't know if I said this, Peter, but I am glad that you're doing great. If I can talk. At some point, like maybe once I have my portfolio in like a place where I'm super happy with it, I will do a gesture drawing course. And I'll probably put it up on QBrush. Again, this is one of the things that I feel most comfortable with and with teaching. You're welcome. I'm always happy when my people are happy. Also, if you're new to the channel and you're looking for an art community to join that's not too like crazy and huge, please look at my Discord. If you want to join the Discord, we have a bunch of really good people there. A lot of really talented artists as well have been joining as of late. I mean, granted, a lot of good artists have already been there. I don't mean it like that, um, but yeah, it's just been a lot of people have been joining, and it's been really nice to see the community grow. So if you want to be a part of that community, and if you're looking for a community that's smaller, please think about joining. I remember that you announced the gesture course on Discord. Yeah, I am going to do it. That's something that I do really want to do. I need to probably tone down the amount of content that I had planned for it and just do like a simple gesture drawing course from like start to finish. Maybe like 7 or 8 videos that are each like, 15 to 25 minutes long or so. I think that this is the second to last one. This calf is way too large. It's still too big, but that's alright. I'm gonna go back through and fix the calves really fast because I have the time. So I was gonna fix them. I don't think I did. Hey, what's up, Armor? How's it going? Welcome. Pop quiz for people. Can somebody tell me, specifically in this piece, what proportional stylization did Mark make in this piece? I mean, there's probably multiple, but there's a huge like anatomical stylization that Mark made in this piece. I want to see if people can see it. My week has been pretty good. Pretty good. Busy, but busy is not a bad thing. The hips. I would say the hips are. Let me ask you what you mean. Why are you saying the hips? I can pull it back up. Let's see if people can find it. Find the proportional thing. I'll let the video go for just another couple of minutes after I import it onto here. Let's see. Huh, the gesture is pretty good, huh? You can actually kind of see almost the light correction that I made in my gesture. Oops, that didn't work because I need this to be on top. So you can see I did make a slight correction in my piece in comparison to his. The difference, or the thing that he really changes a lot in his characters are typically the rib cage. The rib cage in his characters it's much shorter. It's something that you can get away with, but if you can look here, rib cage is about this big, typically from here to here. So the head length is going to be about here to here, and then from here to here. So this is going to be where the sternum ends. So he has that piece, and I will pull out my model. So from here to here so the head doubled will give you where the sternum ends, but as you can see, the sternum ends here and the rib cage ends about here. So that's almost about halfway. If you look at his, this is nowhere close to half of, like, from here to here isn't anywhere really close to being halfway. Meaning, like, if you take, sorry, I'm being very goofy in how I'm explaining this, but from here to here, this length doubled should be about the length of the rib cage, and it's not. So it looks really nice aesthetically, but it is something that he has taken liberty to doing. I kind of cheated because I've heard him literally say that, but in this piece it's particularly predominant. Like, you can kind of tell in mine, from here to here, if I doubled it, it would be about here. It's still a little bit on the shorter end, but it's closer to reality. So just figured I would point that out for people. That's a really, maybe I could do a video just on that. That's a really good way of learning styles, by the way. Alright, so we're going to work on the eye switch. I think that I'll be able to finish her today. Got a lot of details that I want to put in. I think that, so I need to put in this like gold, like, diamond shape on the shoulders. And then, just some small minor things like the belt buckle. I want to make that look a little better because right now it looks kind of wonky. This knee pad over here is larger, even in perspective, than this knee pad. And I also like that this knee pad has a little bit of roundness to it, so I'm going to definitely fix that. And yeah, I think, up here, I just want to make this look more like the pieces are attached, because right now they just look kind of disconnected, and there's no real understanding of how they're connected to each other. So I'm going to make it look a little bit more attached. And then I'm going to finish up the lighting, and that's really it. So I'm sure it'll probably take me a couple hours, but that's the plan for today. So let's do, we'll go to the lines here. 3. Fix the belt buckle one is the one that's bothering me by far the most. This one, don't know how I didn't see that before, but it looks really bad. All right, and I think what I'm going to do is actually just erase this entire outside portion and then redraw it really fast. This is the only time where I really like to zoom in, is when I want to just use my entire arm to draw even the smaller things. I'm going to make this come down a bit more, I think. And then stuff like this where I'm just like making sure I connect the lines. I zoom in for those so that I can get it going all right. The reason why you don't want to zoom in too much is just because you don't want to be working on like super tiny details that nobody's going to see. So yeah, now we'll go back. Now I can switch the flats over. By switch them, I just mean correct them. That's odd. Is that a lighting thing, maybe? So pick up from the layer. Oh, that's the shading, that's why. Okay. Alright, so now what I have to do is just go in here, pick up this shading, because this is the difference. That's why we're seeing a color difference there. And I'm going to go into soft brush and just come in here like this. Just go over. And it's okay if this ends up being on the darker end, just because there's like a bit of a cast shadow anyways. And lastly, I will just get rid of this like excess line here. Make sure. There it goes. All right. Alright. Belt buckle is looking at least a little bit better. I think I'm gonna put something on here as well that connects the actual like belt buckle piece to like this piece to the actual belt itself. So I'm gonna do that by having it come kind of like this. Oops. And I'm gonna erase away some of this stuff down here. Clean up the line here. Now I will say this is not something that you want to be doing at this phase, is like correcting design stuff and things of that nature. Like this is something I should have done before I started painting. And the reason for that is because you just want to be doing one thing at a time, right? Like, and again, this is me saying this from my own experience. I'm not a professional, but when you start to add in multiple things at once, then you're going to make sloppy mistakes is what's going to happen. So just eliminate that by making sure you're 110% happy with your design once. Sorry, let me get this reference thing out of here for you. Once you get started with things so that you're only doing one thing at a time. Alright, I do like that quite a bit better. I think what I'm going to also do actually is sorry. I'm just like, there's just like little ideas that keep popping into my brain that I want to try out. So I'm going to add another layer just for a second here, and I want to make a perfect circle here, and then I'm gonna move it till it gets into here. I'm gonna OK that, and then I'm gonna go back to my line layer because the circle is kind of stilted looking. And I still want to draw it, so I'm just going to trace over the top of it. And now I can just get rid of this. Actually, I won't. I'm going to scale it up and do this like outside thing that I had planned. Could I sit here forever and try to make perfect circles? Yes, I could. But at this point, I don't want to be wasting a bunch of time, like I already am, on stuff that isn't going to end up making a huge impact if I were just to go ahead and do what I just did. Alright, I'm pretty happy with that, except I'm going to take this and move it over. I can't remember if I told the story behind like this, I don't know if you want to call it a song or just a beat or whatever, on here before, so I'll tell it now. I believe it's like Super Eye Patch Wolf, I think that's the guy's name. He has a video from like 2021. Thanks, Peter. I appreciate you not judging me. But he has a video from like 2021 where he's talking about like up and coming manga that he's like excited about. And in that he's talking about Dr. Stone, and he uses this beat in the video, and every time I hear it now I think of Dr. Stone, which is a good thought to have because Dr. Stone's incredible. But yeah, that's how I found this song, and I do enjoy it quite a bit. Sorry, I'm just trying to think if I like this. So the midway point is here. Let's check something. Yep, that's fine. Alright, I think I'm okay with this. So I'm going to show you what I'm going to do with the flats. I'm going to come in here, pick this up. Or to editing layer only, we'll click that. Go back to flats. Do this. Yeah, I like it. Alright. So we'll do that. Now I'm trying to look and see for the belt, do I want this to be, I think I'm going to actually make this, like put this back in. Oops. Go back to the lines. I'm going to put this back in, these separations. And maybe use, maybe use a slightly, let me see here. Do I want to use gold for that? Is that going to be too much? Let's see. Let's get rid of the shading for just a second here. I don't dislike it. Some people can ruin things for you. I get that. I'm gonna actually look up a reference for this belt really fast. Just because it just looks a little clunky still. I like it better than what I had, but that does make more sense. Do I do that? So the reference that I just found does make a bit more sense. So I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna get rid of the shading and the flats, and just go back to the lines. I'm gonna erase away what we have. And we'll try something totally different here. I'm gonna create another layer. because again, I'm trying to do my best to only concentrate on one thing at a time, so that's why I created one more layer, so I could just be sketchy here, and not worry so much. But yeah, the belt buckles that I just saw, they actually flip the diamond on its side. Which probably would make more sense. Yeah, that does look better. It looks less clunky. So we'll go with that. And I'll actually not worry about having that like center part. And I'm just going to I'll actually just put a diamond in the middle of the belt buckle, maybe. Can make it a thinner diamond. Don't really like that either. So we shall go with this. I can give it a like gold trim. And maybe I can still do, and I'll just make it a smaller clasp here. All right, this definitely feels better to me. And the only problem with it is the diamond is going in a different direction, but it's still a diamond, so it should still work okay with the shape language that we have. So let me go ahead and I'm going to take it and I'm going to turn it just a little bit here. Make it maybe slightly bigger. Alright. Then we can pull the opacity down, come back in, and draw this new buckle. I'm just gonna pull back, take that away, see how it looks. It's a little wonky. It's better. Alright, so now we just need to do the intersection here. Alright, so now I can get pull this back up, but alright, So one thing I need to do is probably go through and just redraw some of the lines here, just because it got sloppy for me going back through and redrawing a few times. So I want to make sure it doesn't look as sloppy anymore. Oops. Oh. That looks wonky. Both sides do, actually. That's good. That's good. Here. Yeah, I'm much happier with that belt buckle. It's just cleaner looking. So now I have to go back through and redo the flats and stuff. Not a big deal. It'll take just a couple of seconds. And like you can kind of see the difference. Like that's just so clunky, and this is a little bit more sleek looking. So yeah, super happy with that. It looks much better, in my opinion. Oops. Let's go here. Oh, that's what that is. Let's get rid of the overlay for a second. Oops. Didn't want the cube brush, I wanted the soft brown brush. There's a little discoloration here because I put a gradient, which I'm going to go through and do a little bit more of before we finish today. Alright, we'll go here, here. So this is how we're going to do this. Go through and come back to the flat. Hey, I appreciate you hanging out for a bit, Peter. I hope you have a great day. And looking at it, I probably could still add like, and I can just kind of do it this way just to see if I like it. Just like a gold trim. around the clasp section. And I do like that. So we will just color that in. Then I can go back to the lines. Go back here. Perfect. And this is how it's going to be viewed, is from this angle here. Like, this is about as close as it's going to get. So that's how you know, like, okay, you go back to your 100%, you look at it, does it look good from this zoom in range? If the answer to that question is yes, you're good to go. Which I think this looks perfectly fine. Yeah, I'm happy with it. I think it looks better than what I had. So now we'll go back to the shading layer. This is going to have to change quite a bit now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to my soft eraser and I'm just going to erase away a good portion of this and start from scratch, basically. So we'll come in, go here. I need to take away the whatchamacallit. Can't remember. Oops. Can't remember the name for the layer lock. How do I do this? Let's go probably thinner, actually. Let's go here. Just a little bit of a line here. And then the belt buckle will be over the top. So we'll get small here. And then I'm going to make this even smaller and come in here. Small details in here. Alright, and then I want this belt buckle to appear semi-rounded, so just to make sure that's the case, I'm going to actually go to the lines here. Alright, and then alright, so I'm going to do this. I'm going to go back to the multiply layer for the flat, and just going to lightly shade the edges of the buckle. And then while I still have this on, I'm going to go here. Now I'm going to pick up this color and lightly shade in the middle here. Let's give it a more round look. I could probably push this a bit more, which I will do in a bit. But I can also come in here. Probably just spruce this up a bit like that. This is going to catch the light too. This side, maybe a little bit here. Definitely here. Okay. So we'll do that. A little bit on these ends. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go take off the lines, just kind of look at it. Alright. And I'm gonna come back to the flats because I see that there's these like little extra bits hanging out. I'm gonna get rid of those. Oops. I probably could do this. Just cleaning up. Portfolio pieces need to be a bit cleaner than what you would typically do. I think this will be fine here. I do want to get rid of a little bit of line there. Alright, so we'll pull the lines back up, see how it looks. Looking pretty good. Yeah, I'm much happier with that. I think that looks better. So yeah, the next thing I'm going to edit, this will take much less time, is going to be this knee pad here. It's just not where it needs to be, as far as size and the way that it looks. I like the other one because it's got this like more round look to it, and really it's just going to be this line here that I'll have to change. Don't want soft brush, I would like hard brush or eraser, you know what I mean. So yeah, I think I just can change this line and be a-okay here and just make it a bit more round, and that should kind of solve a bit of the problems here. Now with my lines, I am going to go through and darken this section right here a bit more and lighten this up a bit, just because it's getting a little bit confusing as to what overlaps what. It's better, probably. Perfect. And then the other thing that I'm going to do, and maybe I shouldn't have erased away that stuff quite yet, is I'm going to make this just a tad bit smaller, because even with foreshortening right now, it's appearing to be larger than the other side by a pretty wide margin. So come in here, do this, and now they are about the same size. The front one does still appear slightly bigger, but that's okay because it's in front. It couldn't be appearing like before. It was appearing like it was like 30% bigger than the other one, which, unless it's like a really, really crazy camera angle, that should not be the case. Actually, I think this just kind of go up. Yep, I think that's fine. Alright, so we have that. This looks wonky. So I lied. I need to change this line too, but that's just because this line's a bit like crooked. It's better. And probably this line can change too. I'm actually gonna just make this like clearly go behind here. So I'm just like being a little bit of a perfectionist here, but just want to make sure. There's not this like huge discrepancy between the two, and there kind of is. So I'm gonna come through here, transform, free transform, and I'm gonna scale this down, just this top part down a bit, and I think that should be good to go now. Alright, so now, just like before, we're going to have to go back through. Yeah, that looks much better, I think. Yeah, I'm much happier with that. Okay, so we have to go back through and just change the flats, which again, not too much to change here, which is a good thing. Just want to see something. Perfect. So I will use a bit more of a shortcut here than I was earlier, and just loop, and this part too, loop, and now I can come in, select this, line, oops. I do think that this needs to change too. It needs to be wrapping back that way enough for it to feasibly fit a leg into. So that in, then oops. All right, then I can erase this section here, and I will also erase this little bit of stuff here. Go to my background. All right. I'm gonna go in here. Just these small, I'm just trying to clean up small little things before I totally complete and start doing even more detail on shading and lighting. Hey, Pumpkin Pie, welcome. It's nice to see you. Appreciate you joining, and I hope that you're doing well. Also love the name. I like apple pie better, but I do like pumpkin pie. Pumpkin pie immediately leaves because of that statement. All right, yep, just cleaning up, Okay. So I think that we're in a pretty good spot here. The last thing that I wanted to change was just making sure that these pieces look like they are connected in some capacity. So how I'm going to do that is I'm going to come back to my line layer. Thank you. Doing just fine. Or sorry, doing fine. Just been bored. Just saw your stream, and thank you for liking my nickname. Yeah, no problem at all. And yep, hopefully, yo, what's up, Pog? Yeah, I'm glad. Hopefully my stream, at least the music. I'm not sure how entertaining my commentary is, but I hope at least the music is fun to listen to as you try to relieve yourself of boredom. I'm just trying to think of how I want to try to attach these two. Um, Probably just do something as simple as like as this. And, oops. And it probably will get the point across that they are attached. Get it on the opposite side too. Yeah, this is a just a character design that I created on my previous streams. We've been like I've been getting feedback from people and asking them what they would like to see, and this is kind of what's come from it. So yes, she is a ice witch. I wanted to do a character that like without the colors she looks kind of like a bad guy character, but after I've created the colors she looks a little bit more on the side of good. um so yeah, that's this character. I appreciate you asking, actually. um Okie dokie. Yeah, I think that solves the problem of the things just looking totally detached from one another, to at least some extent. So I'm okay with that. So we will come in here. Oops. Oh, it's because of the gray in the background. I'll get rid of it. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with that. It looks better. Um, I would say like super serious drawing for about 4 years now. I started drawing. Mm, I mean, I feel like everybody draws every once in a while, but like starting to do something, like trying to draw to get to something, was probably 7 years ago. Oh, well, I appreciate it. Thank you for the compliment. Um, all right. So now, um, we'll go into the shading layer. Look at this a little bit more. Yep, obviously some work down here to do because of the changes I did draw as a kid, but I didn't really start like even trying again until 2020, but I only get started serious 2020, so still pretty new. Nothing wrong with that. It's never too late to start trying to draw. Yeah, like I said, I barely see boys draw. Hey, it's not a problem at all. And I appreciate it. I'm trying to think of the best way to deal with this. Oops. Drawing is not easy. It is a skill that is one that you go into knowing that you will forever be learning. You're never done. I think this is gonna make me upset, but I kind of have to just erase away what I have here and then go back through. Oops. Go back through and do this, and then I'll have to probably blend a bit. I feel like it will be a few more years before I feel like I'm where I want to be at. I would agree. I feel the same way. Like I'm still like my current level is not good enough. I want to do concept art for like a video game company, and in order to do that I have to be very good, and I'm still working, so we are on the same boat. And it looks like you're creating a story about the character. I mean, it looks so nice. Thank you. I appreciate that. And that's kind of the intention, right? You want to make characters that tell some form of a story. All right. Let's see if I can like salvage this. Nah, I need to erase it. Also, drawing, you mentioned it depends on what you're drawing and items. If learning, improving your skills. Depends on what. Yeah, I think that like drawing just in general is not easy. So yeah, like you wanna like my advice for people that want to start drawing is don't get overwhelmed by how beautiful other people's art is, because you don't see the struggles that they've had, you just see the finished product. But two, make sure you're enjoying yourself throughout the process, and don't make a challenge for yourself that's too much for your current level. Like you want to try different things, right? Like in this, there's some things that I've not really drawn before, so I've been learning from it. But you don't want to make that should be like maybe 30% of the drawing should be like a struggle, and the rest of it should be stuff that you can consistently do. That way, like, you don't get discouraged in the middle of your drawing. But yeah, it's not easy. Drawing is not an easy task. I'm gonna go and erase away this line actually. doesn't really make sense in comparison to where the foot is. Sorry, the reason why I just said what I said is, yo! What's up, C-Pig? Your knee is going to follow pretty much where your toe is. That's a great question. I'll get to that in just a second. But when you are drawing knees and feet and stuff, your knee is going to be in the same direction as your foot and vice versa. Like, your feet have a little bit of wiggle to them that they can do on their own, but it's probably like from here to here, and that's about it. So the way that I had this knee direction was it was almost coming directly to us, and that's not accurate because the foot, if you look at the foot down here, it's pointing down and away. So I need to make sure that the knee is also pointing down and away. These two are also not quite aligned, but I think that, in my opinion, this foot could veer away that much, right? So something to think about. How can you overcome doubts that keep shouting right beside whenever you intend to make a piece? So yeah, you have two questions here. The first one is you have to just like get into the mindset that when you're drawing, you're going to make mistakes, and that's okay, and you should still push your piece out, because if you get paralyzed every time you go to draw by like, oh, I'm going to make a mistake or I'm not going to do this right, then you're never going to put out pieces, and art's intended for others to view. So I know that's not really probably the most satisfying answer to your question. And I'm sorry about that, but it is kind of the truth. Like, you, as artists, you kind of go into it knowing that your piece that you're creating isn't going to be perfect, and that's okay. Like, give yourself the benefit of the doubt to make the mistakes, make a piece that's not perfect. And I guess the other answer to that question too, though, is just keep doing things that make you happy, like that interest you. It's not about whether or not it's super technically sound every time you put down, pen to paper or pen to tablet. It's just, I need to create, I like creating, I want to create this thing, I'll do my best, right? And you learn from the process. So it's kind of just like understanding that the doubts are going to be there, but just saying, it's okay, like I can work through it. When you practice, do you tend to be trapped in perfect product practice? No, that's why I like gesture drawing so much, is because it's so quick. Just, you go through, like, for instance, I'll pull this up. You go through and you do, you have 2 minutes to draw, 1 minute to draw. You go and you just create this. The reason why I do gesture and I harp on it so much is because this changed how I view my art and how I think of art in general. It was really, really helpful for me because I stopped worrying about, is this a perfect, like, these two, not a perfect match, right? The forearm for this one needs to be like this, right? It needs to be tilted a bit more, and there's just some minor things here and there, right? I'm actually gonna just erase this away and keep that because why not? But it's not about perfection when you're doing gestures. It's just in the practice. It's just like, how do I get the general idea of this on paper? And when you're practicing, what I would say is a good skill to have with that is practice and time yourself for the practice. This is one scenario. Time yourself for the practice and say, like, after this specific period of time, I'm gonna stop, because the things that you're gonna be doing to create, correct, aren't going to give you exactly what you're probably looking for, and in fact, you'd probably be better off moving on to another practice afterwards. That comes with this caveat. Again, I'm not a professional, but the caveat to that is sometimes it is good to go and practice and try to be perfect, but you want to make an active decision to do that, right? So there's a difference between going in and just trying to practice gesture, for instance, and not be perfect and just get the general form of it, and going in and saying, I want to try to make a one-to-one replica today of what I'm looking at, and then you go for it, right? There's two different kinds of practices there, so just making sure you're picking and choosing which one. The advice I just gave, though, is for the imperfect practice where you're just like, I just want to get some practice doing shading, or some practice doing gestures, or some practice doing a portrait. I'm not going for it to be an exact one-to-one. That's helpful, but it's not always what you need given the situation. Alright, so we're going to come back through and fix some of this. I want the belt to have like a little bit of like a bevel to it. So I'm going to go through and try to create that. I remember... Yeah, yep. It is hard. Like, it's not an easy thing to do, to just like say like, oh, like just gotta push through. It really is something that it's just like a mindset change. What I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to, I need to get rid of some of this lighting here. Oh, wait a second. Oh, okay. I'm gonna try to create like a belt that looks like it's like the top portion of it has its own like rim, and then the middle part is kind of sunken in. So I'm gonna try to get that done with my shading here. Oh, damn it. I can probably back out until... Okay, I think this will probably... Okay. See, I'm just going back through now. I probably do want to have the overlay here so I know exactly where this is. Also, are you sure you're not a professional? I mean, it looks like you're a pro. So, I will say this. I have been told by a professional that my gesture drawing is at a professional level. I would say that I don't know if I agree completely with it. I think that there's still always work to do. But, my concept art is not quite there yet. I will be applying for jobs relatively soon though, so maybe that'll change. Maybe my perspective of that will change, but I do not think that I am quite at a pro level yet. Alright, so let's see how this looks. It's not bad. I might find a reference for this just to make sure I get it in the way that I want. So something I'll probably want to do is probably lighten this section up. Oops, let me go back to... probably lighten this section up as a whole, and then seeing people doing so great out there at waivers. Yeah, don't get paralyzed by all the people's like awesome work. You have to remember those people failed a lot to get to that piece that you see as being like just incredible. I mean, they when I say they fail a lot, they fail a lot. So yeah, don't allow that to like dissuade you from your work. I'm gonna come here. I'm gonna pull the luminosity up a bit, and I think that's good. I'm gonna also come in here and just erase away. So, is this erasing? No, it's not. I want to erase away some of this. Okay. Yep. That's true. There's always room to improve. And I will say this, and I think that this is advice that I can give and confidently say that it's just like a reality in the business, just because I've heard so many people that are professionals say it. The moment that you think that you have quote unquote made it, or the moment that you think my art is good enough, is the moment your art career starts to die, because you're saying to yourself that you don't need to learn anymore. Art is a constant battle of learning. That's why I say, even with my gestures, that I would say I'm confident with my gestures, but even then, I'm not sitting here and gonna act like my gestures are perfect and I don't need to make them any better, right? That's just not true. Let me look at this. Ooh, yeah, that looks pretty good. Pretty happy with the way this is coming out so far. I am going to just come through and just sharpen this edge that I've created a little bit more. All right. Yeah, that's again from 100. This is pretty much what I was going for. You know what I might do is I'll probably blend just a bit here at this edge, just to. Is that working? I don't know if that's working. I guess what I can do is I'll come through and maybe lighten up a bit and then come through and blend it this way. I'm just trying to make some of these spots in here, and maybe it's in this overlay layer, not look as here it goes. Yeah, there we go. I'm pretty cool with that. I was just trying to make it so that it wasn't so like, I wanted to make it look a little crisper, is what I'm trying to say. All right, so now I'm gonna come up here. I do need to find a reference, like a reference for gold, and how to like properly shade it and give it shine, but I am gonna start to put in this like lattice pattern you see. Where's it at? Test. I'm gonna start putting that pattern in for this piece. just to give a little bit more attention to the top. And I'm gonna do something I think that's similar with the leg pieces, but the contrast isn't gonna be as high because I'm gonna use this like gray piece over here, the color right there, to put in like a similar pattern. And I might only do it on like the top of the legs here, but we'll see. This part, like, it's good to have like emphasis on your characters, which is what this is. There's an emphasis, and there will be an emphasis like up here. But I don't want the bottom half to be so bland that it just looks unfinished. So I do want to quickly shade this though. Let's go here. Just pick this up. So I intended for there to be, like, for this piece to down here to have like a curve to it. So I'm gonna go through and just I wanted to ask, have you been busy that sometimes I will say that's what you're saying is very difficult for people who are trying to break into the business, which is like, how do you balance your time and what kind of deadlines you give for your characters? For me, right now, my main objective is just to create good characters, and not worry so much about how long it's taking me. But I also don't want to fool myself into like thinking that I can take forever. Like, you know, I'm still relatively young, but I also want to make sure that I'm like going for a goal, right? Like, I just don't want to not have a goal. And that's like the main thing for me right now, I would say. I'm going to quickly come through here and I want to get slightly darker and just a little bit of shading. Not too much, again, because this is pretty far away from the point of interest. So, and I'm very much super zoomed in right now. So some of this stuff I doubt will even make too much of a difference, but all right. You always have motivation. I think so, just because I'm I'm a very like determined human being just in general. Like if I'm like I want to do this thing, like I put everything I can into getting it done because that's just how I've always been. Um but sometimes I will say sometimes there are days where I'm just like I don't know if I'll ever be able to make it, right? And I just try to, I try to push through. I say, well, I've been working this hard. I've, invested a lot of my time into this. I'm not going to let myself down by not trying. Because, there's a world, right, in which I do all of this, I consistently work at it, and I never get hired. And that's a possibility. But if I don't try, right, that's what's going to happen is I won't get hired. I have to at least keep pushing to try. Or else I'll be very upset with myself in the long term. All right. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with where this is at. Time for me to start concentrating on this. So I did like a test here. So now it's time to actually do the dang thing. So we'll do this, 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 this. Oops, that's not what I wanted. Sorry, I want to get rid of whatever this like little artifact here is. Go back. Dang it. There it goes. Alright, so we have that. We have the test for the shoulders. I'm gonna probably I'll keep this layer, but come here. go to the flats, pick up the gold color. I'm gonna actually pull the saturation up on this just a tad, and then go here. And it's time to get to work on this. This is not going to be the easiest thing in the planet to do and make it look decent, so we will see. Let me see something here. Yeah, I would like for it to have more lines than that, so I'm gonna try again. Maybe go to here. Oops. Here. Alright. I'm pretty happy with that. This part here, when I'm like doing the actual rendering piece of it, is going to take a long time because I have to do like a shine, but also like show that it's a crack by having a part of it be pretty shaded in. So it's not going to be super easy. Let's get rid of this one. Come back to here. Okay. All right. The reason why I deleted what I had was because it didn't feel like the diamonds that were created in the top piece were the same size as the diamonds that were created in the lower piece, and I want to make it consistent. It's still not super consistent, I don't think so. Okay. Sounds good. I hope you have a great day practicing. I'll probably be on for a little while longer, so if you would like somebody to draw along with, or if you get tired of drawing and still feel like talking to somebody or whatever, feel free to come back. I'll probably draw for at least another, I don't know how long I've been on, but probably at least another hour and a half. I want to finish her up today. All right. Yep. And then yeah. Yeah, that fits better. Okay. Yep, you are more than welcome, and I appreciate it. Thank you. We are getting there. All right, let's see. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with that. I am going to go back through really fast. I want to take this side just because my lines got a little bit looser and I was less heavy-handed. I'm going to take this side and I want to duplicate just to make it thicker, and I'm just going to merge these layers. Yeah. Yeah, I'm happy with that. It looks nice. So now, what I might do I want to... Let's see what this would look like as... Nah. Okay. So it needs to stay normal, or maybe even multiply. No. It needs to be a normal layer. So what I'll do is... Actually, does it need to be... That's a multiply. Alright, so we'll keep it like this, but yeah, we're gonna do that. The reason why I wanna figure out exactly where to put it in like the orientation of my layers on the side, just because that'll help me figure out you know, just the shading piece. Like, you want to make less work for yourself, not more. So putting it underneath the shading will allow for me to not have to worry so much about super detail, or the broader details of the shading. So now I can just go in and start to worry about other aspects of shading, which will be like the finer details, which we'll work on now. Wonder if I can... do this. Can I do it this way? Let's expand out like 1 pixel. Let's see what that looks like. No. There we go. Okay. Alright, so this should be helpful. Let's go in. And now I'm just going to do some finer detail shading. Some of it though will just be, I think I'm going to do some broader stuff too. Oh, you know what I could do actually? Let's go to the, yep, I can stay onto this layer and let me do tonal correction. I can go. There we go. Maybe up the saturation. Let's see if I can get. Sorry, I'm just trying to make it appear more gold-like by kind of switching the. Oh, I can look down there and see it. Kind of switching the hue of the shading so that it can really complement that gold color. So I'm shifting it more towards a purple, like a red purple color. I think this is probably the ticket here. And then maybe I don't have to do these finer details like I was planning on doing, and I can maybe just go into the overlay layer and just really beef up some of these sections here. I will go through in just a minute though. I do need to make some of the darker pieces darker. That's probably going to be it. Just to be more consistent with how metal, and in particular gold, reacts when light hits it. You get these like, you're going to get these sections of super bright pieces, but also these sections of super dark pieces as well. Let's go here, here. Yeah, I think that this should be good. So we'll go, I'm gonna color pick, and I'm gonna actually pull it down even further, and then go in here and just start to really beef up some of this, some of these like super dark spots, and maybe even some right in here. Alright, so let's see what we got. definitely needs some work. We're gonna go back through here and I'm gonna get some of this in here. The reason why I say it needs some work is because my intention is for this to look like it's kind of ingrained into the metal a little bit. And maybe the trick here would be take this and make it like a dirty hard light maybe. So this is where it would be viewed at. Alright, so time for me to find a reference. Where is my cursor? There it is. Bold and let's see here. Let's see here. So I'm just trying to find a reference of something that has like almost like a cracked look where it's like a gold is like something that's gold is painted over and then the gold is starting to like come through, because that's not exactly what I'm looking for with this, but it'll give me a good reference for, here we go, this is it. It'll give me a good reference for how I want to have it like look. Alright, so let me start with this. Go here, tonal correction, saturation, luminosity. Let's take off the shading for a second. All right. So yeah, I'm just trying to like just figure this out a little bit more for myself. It's the first time I've really tried to do something like this, so that's why I'm trying to find like the right reference and figure out exactly what I want it to look like. I do think one thing that I could do is I'm gonna go through and whoops, all layers, no, for editing layer, but do that. I'm gonna go back through and maybe take this color and I'm gonna go a little bit more purple and add a bit. Let's see. Now let's pull the shading back. So that does help because it gives a bit more of a contrast between the two colors. There's just like something slightly missing here. So we'll work at it until it gets figured out a bit better. I do want to do this though. Let me go back through the shoulder details. So I'm gonna like, I know this is gonna sound weird, but I'm gonna flatten out the saturation on this for a second. Pull that up. And now I'm going to go through and try to redo the saturation. And the reason for that was because I needed to find a quick way to... It might not have worked the way that I want. I'm trying to find a quick way to edit what mistakes I already created. Alright. So maybe I actually do it this way. Maybe I pull the contrast down all the way. Alright, let's try that. So just small edits. I know, sorry, this is not looking like anything on your end, but... Alright, so I can still... Yeah, I need to go through and edit that piece, but it's still a little better. Actually, if I have to edit it, there's no need for me to do what I just did. Actually, let's do that, and then I'll just blend. There it goes. It's definitely the better option here. I think the rest is fine. Like, that's so far away. Actually, no, let me... Alright. So now I think I'm gonna try... Let's just try going for... Add a layer. Let's go... I'm gonna do a hard light layer. And... see what I can get here. I think I can get rid of this now. I think that's looking a bit better. Oops, a little bit more of what I was intending to have. But there is still going to be a piece of this where I need to figure out how to just darken up the back part so it looks like it's actually engraved in there. And maybe the answer to that is darkening up the edges around the where the gray part is. So I'll attempt for that. See how that looks. Wait, I'm gonna go back to the shading layer for just a second. Go to blend. Just want to blend this out just a bit. Just a little too much right there. Okay. Here too. Alright. So now I'm going to go to the flats layer, go to all layers, and I can take off these two. So I don't know if this is going to work or not, but we're going to try it. Alright, so we're going to go back to the multiply layer. So there's like two options, I think, for this. The first option I would say is we try to darken around the edges of the diamond shapes. And then the second option would be to actually use some, so like the overlay layer, and pull the diamond shapes out a bit more from the gold by lightening them. So we'll see. We'll try both and see which one works better. Let's go here. Yeah, okay. So I'm gonna make my brush even smaller. And I'm just like basically just kind of tracing over the lines here. Maybe go a little bit darker. These darker sections. So the reason why I said we might need to do it the opposite ways is because this is gonna make, I think, it look like the gold pieces are on top of oops. Sorry guys, I gotta take a break for a second. Give me just a bit. Hey everybody, sorry, I'm back. I had something to take care of for work. So I guess I can quickly just zoom out and see what's going on here with what we've done already. And yeah, I would say that we probably need to do the opposite of what I was doing. So I'm gonna go through and do that. So we're gonna try to pull stuff forward. Instead of pushing things back. So I'm gonna oops. I'm gonna try that really fast. And it's just lightly kind of just going over all of it. Nothing too crazy. Now let's see what we have. Maybe not. Hey, what's up, chum boy? All right. So let's try now. I'm doing okay. How are you? I'm gonna try. Let's try maybe pushing back the gold a bit more. Oops. Whoa. Yeah, that's not what I want. Nice, nice. Oh, I want to do this. Let's just... Alright. Whoa. What just happened? Wait a second. Okay. Alright, I'm just trying to get like all the stuff that's like kind of surrounding the area that I'm gonna be doing this for. After I get this part done and figured out, it'll probably only take me another like 45 minutes to an hour, I would say. But this part isn't the easiest to figure out because of like what I'm trying to do. I guess I could stop being a goofy man and just do this. So now let's try this again. Oops. Just gotta get all these like little artifacts out of here. Alright, let's see. Nah. I'm gonna have to I think go through and start the process of what I was doing before. Let me see. Let's go more towards this. Let's desaturate. I'm gonna put this on a different layer. Let's see if this will do the trick. It's definitely a little bit better, but I'm not quite sure if it's exactly what I wanted. It's the best attempt so far, though. Maybe I need to take the shoulder detail and let's try duplicating. Let's duplicate again. I'm just kind of trying to make it thicker, so that, let's try one more. I don't want it to be, I don't want all these to be hard light layers, so we're going to do normal. So now I will combine them. Alright, so let's see. Need to try to see if I can find a quick reference. All right. I think that we can do it this way. Just keep doing what I was doing, except for we will apply the shade to just the, oops. Just these like back corners here. Let's go 3. And I'm gonna actually use this one. Don't want too much noise. Up 2. I don't know if that's dark enough. Let's see. This is better. All right. Let's go to this. Let's try this one more time. Tonal correction, saturation. So I'm going to see if I can increase saturation. It's just not coming out quite like quite the way that I want it to. Like I want it to look like there's, I think I said this before, but like it's a like gold underneath of like paint, something that's painted, and then or like just there's been like a chiseled thing like into the actual metal part itself, and then inside of it it's been painted gold is probably more accurate. So maybe okay, let's duplicate, keep this off to the side. I'm gonna actually take this and let's make it a multiply layer, and tonal correction. Let's do that. Just make it a little bit more saturated and pull back on this just a bit. Maybe pull back on the saturation a bit. All right. It's hard to explain. It's not necessarily, well, it's probably, you're probably right. It probably is a like contrast. Here, let me try to maybe just do this on the side for a second. So what I want is just say that this is, we can just pick up the actual color. do this. Let's keep it like that. Too far into purple. All right, so what I want is to be able to get like a crevice in here. Oop, that's not right. Let's maybe go into this. Get like a crevice into here. So let's go even darker. And we'll go 5. So kind of like this. This is not great, but something like this where there's like a, again, this isn't great looking right now, but like a crack in the sphere, and then on the inside though is gold. Maybe it needs to be like, and I'm just having difficulty like in my brain figuring out like what does that even like actually look like. This is 8,000 by 4,000. But I mean, I'm zoomed in 400% at this point, so it's gonna look and appear very rough as I'm zoomed in so far. I mean, I think what probably has to happen is I probably need to make these shapes a bit thicker, because, yeah, they're being viewed from here. So I probably need to, this gives me a good opportunity to do this. Just get rid of this stuff. All right. So I think my solve for this will be making I mean, it doesn't look bad the way that it is. It's just not what I wanted. It just kind of looks like there's just been something painted gold on there. Which again, from this distance, that might just be what it has to be at, because this is as zoomed in as people are gonna really see it, unless you take your phone and blow it up. But yeah, I want to probably make I wish I could find a good reference for this. Uh, I I want it to look like it's I want it to look like it's set into the metal. Like I want it to seem like it is like these diamonds right here. I want these to appear like they're coming out a bit more. And the metal, I mean the gold part is like engraved into it, is what I'm trying to get. So if I look at this from a... Okay, so if I think about this just from a 3D perspective, so we have this here, we have a shape, and then within that shape, actually let me just use a like a simple horribly drawn cube. Okay, so just use the top of the cube, or the side of the cube here, as the example. So we want it to be an engraving, so it would be something like this. And it goes inwards like that. Alright, but not super duper far. So we can probably just pull this up. Alright. So there's a small engraving, or you can even do it like this. There's a section that pops out just a bit from the cube. And this is happening kind of all over the slight gap. So it's going to keep doing that over and over and over again. I guess a way that I could do this is I could just paint all of it gold and then, oh yeah, that's a lot of work. If I painted all of it gold and then placed just three-dimensional diamonds on top, then it would do what I wanted it to do. But again, I think that that's what I need to probably do in, like, when I do the painting. Like, I want to do an illustration of this, and it's going to be like, the illustration is just going to be like basically here, like her arm's probably going to be up casting some form of a spell, but it's going to be pretty up close and personal. Maybe I just show that off in there, because I don't think, like, given how far away it is, I don't know if I'm going to be able to illustrate it the way that it needs to be illustrated. And make it look how I want it to look without it being like super blurry and just hard to do. So I'll probably leave it as is for now. And what I probably could do though is I can come through here. Maybe pull up a bit. Alright, so I can maybe just like go through and some of these edges. Possibly. Oh, I see what you're saying, to make it seem like it's set in. I could do that. So the light would catch these edges, but is that even really worth doing? I don't know. So yeah, I just am not going to do hard light there. And then probably, this might be it. And probably all the stuff that's on the inside here, you're right, Chumboy, I could just delete the overlay for that. So shoulder detail, it's going to refer to editing layer only. And then now go back to overlay, hard, and erase away that. Because it's a crevice, so there's not going to be, it's not really going to be too much of a shine hitting there. And then I can also go back into this and slightly increase saturation, but decrease the luminosity a bit. See what that looks like. It's definitely better. Okay. Then I can maybe Oh, I could just blend this, I guess. Let's go back and overlay. We will Alright. And I can still, there are going to be some spots that I could probably do some light in, which would be like right up here at the top. Like this will probably be pretty bright. That'll probably be pretty bright. Even though it's like inside, you'll still catch a little bit of light here. And then probably need to just, let's go into the multiply. Too dark. Okay, I think that this is okay for right now. Just because I can illustrate and then make it look how I want it to look at a later date, but like this is even closer. Right now it's closer than it even would be if I were to like print it off, right? It's gonna be viewed from this like distance. So we'll stick with this for now. I'm gonna find a gold material ball, just to kind of have as a reference. For the side, so I can get this going a bit. Need it to be reflective. I think it's a bit too much. Goes. Okay, so when you have things that are gold, or just supposed to be like a shiny metal, you get these like really, like, you get a lot of contrast within it. So I am going to attempt to do that to the best of my ability. So like certain sections are going to be like, you're going to get a lot of shine. So for instance, here, I could probably make it even brighter. It's going to be super duper bright. And then you're going to get something that is kind of dark almost directly afterwards in some scenarios. I'm going to still use a soft brush here just to start with. I'm going to use it down in here. Just trying to make these shapes look a little bit more three-dimensional up here. Probably shading in here. All right, and I will bring in a higher contrast as I go, because that is what this will call for. But just trying to get like the shapes in here. Probably need to darken a bit more for this side. All right. All right, so we have that part. So let's go through. Trying to think. Oh, I can do it here too. This might not be quite accurate. Let's erase away a bit. All right, so let's start with something that's like semi-round, which is gonna be this headpiece with kind of this like shine. So it's gonna be like literally like this bright. In certain spots, or at least that's how I understand it. I'm definitely not gonna sit here and act like I'm a professional at this part, because this is where I struggle the most, is like rendering materials and things of that nature. Definitely though, the top would have quite a bit. Probably right here. here. Same thing over here. This will fade off here. So I'm trying to do is I'm like finding the edges and making sure that that is shiny. So some of this I am going to be taking away some of the line art in just a little bit. So like this, catch a little bit of light here. This is going to catch some of the light. This will catch some of the light. Probably, to be honest with you, would catch light here to about here. This will catch a lot of light coming down, coming down. Probably stop around there. Don't think any of that would catch light. This might catch it up to about here. A little bit here. There. Maybe just a slight bit there. And I am gonna give it a bit of a yeah, it's getting there. I feel like I worked on this specific part forever, but that's okay. All right, and then definitely like in here. A little bit up over here as well. And this isn't really gonna pop too much until this side would catch the light. Until I, you know, erase away some of these lines a bit. And that's perfectly fine. Hey, we got a sub. Welcome, whoever that was. I appreciate you subbing. Yeah, I'm trying to get there. It's been a journey. It's been a journey. All right, and here, let me hide away the lines, and you can kind of see what I mean, like you can really start to feel the just the texture of the gold coming through. I think that this would catch some too, actually. Probably. So yeah, we're getting there, we're getting there. Yeah, definitely would stop around here. All right. So we're gonna bring the lines back. Actually, I'm gonna take it away just for a second again. I want to see something. This would definitely have light hitting it up until probably about there. So we got some of these lines in. Alright, so now what we have to do though is I do need to like go back through and put in these like super dark spots. And then I'm gonna copy the lines, like copy the line layer to a different layer, and then start to erase some away. So let's go through here. So this is going to be pretty dark, and I'm actually gonna pull it back up to more of like a red. And we're just gonna try it. Again, this is not my strongest suit. But there are, oof. It's maybe a bit much, you know? Let's go into like orangey color. No. No. Definitely closer to what I want, but probably even darker. There it goes. I think that's probably about right. So like some of these like crevice spots, we're gonna go through and use this color. I might even darken it up more. Let's see. But it's also going to be like, even in some cases, like kind of close to where the highlight is. So I'm going to do that as well, just to see. We're just kind of experimenting, right? Because again, this is not my strongest suit here. But like, there's not really much of a, my knowledge, my understanding is there's not much of a transition in metals. Like, there's not a terminator for metals. So what that means is like, it goes from very, very bright to very, very dark very quickly. And then the rest of it's kind of like the color that it's kind of meant to be, right? Perfect. That's exactly what I wanted. Might even use the cube brush here. Let's see. All right. So we will continue to watch me struggle to do this well. Sounds good, chum boy. See you in a bit. Um, I'm not really sure how I feel about this. I think that this is accurate. I think that you would just get a lot of shine in here and maybe something like this. You can probably erase away quite a bit of that. Don't really know how to feel about it. Alright, so this is where it'll be viewed. I think it's okay. Yeah, I think that, like, there's probably some spots here that would definitely be hitting light, like, right in here. would definitely hit light. I actually think that this wouldn't. I think like all right there would probably hit light. A little bit there. Probably some here. Maybe not though. Yeah, maybe not. There I think is fine. I think I probably could get away with doing a bit more. Like the brighter spots. Let me, might be able to just find like a, some of this stuff I'm not going to really be able to find a reference for, but I can definitely, most definitely find a reference for a golden crown, which is, let's do maybe like golden. So yeah, there's definitely like darker spots here and there, and then like at the point of transition, it looks like there's a super dark spot that just kind of goes straight down. Kind of like this, maybe some lines across, and then probably just get rid. Oops. This. Yo, what's up, Canton? Nice. Like to hear it. Sorry, my commentary has gone to nothing, basically. I'm starting to get hungry and I'm a little tired, but I am determined to get this at least mostly done. Everything is going okay. I appreciate you saying that you are enjoying the metallic parts, because I have been writing the struggle bus with him this whole time, basically. So I appreciate that. Makes me feel better about myself. Probably this section. Shine in here. Goes near the top, and then shine here. And yes, I would agree with that. Right, going back to the overlay, brighten this stuff up quite a bit. Right, and then let's go like a slightly less. Nope. What we'll do though is, whoops. We will go to a soft round. Nah, I think this is fine the way it is. Let's go back to the lighting, the overlay, and all right, almost there with the gold. Need to look up one more reference. This time for a gold cube. So I think that this is going to be a bit easier. I think just mostly all of this is going to be just lit. Maybe just like a slight transition here. Then do soft round just to do this here. Uh, what is the command to request song? What do you mean? I also can't see like the last. Oh. I don't know. Like, is there something in particular on YouTube that would allow you to do that? If you have a song that you'd like for me to play, though, you can tell me. I'll play it for you. Alright, okay. Yeah, this has definitely felt better as I've gone, with some of these pieces. I need to figure out how to do this, though. I'm not really sure. You know what? I can probably look up a gold pyramid. That would be great. I would love to hear that, but I would get a copyright claim immediately. There we go. So, oh, that's very interesting. Okay. So I did find a reference. It looks like we got something along the lines of this. On the corners, which makes sense. Sup, Chum Boy? Alright, so go back to the overlay, lighting layer. Sorry, this side was just bothering me a bit. Alright, so we'll go back to this. Alright, so I'm using like a pyramid as a reference because it's probably the closest I would get to this. Which is why I just erased some stuff, but it seems as though there's going to be a pretty dark patch right on this side here. Probably need to just tone this back a bit. Right. Maybe we can also hint at it over here. Oops. Hint at it. And definitely, probably some more like shiny bits too. Probably just in general, it would just be on the shinier end on these sides. So we'll do that, and then I think it's okay. Yeah, because the transition would be like here. All right. So we're going to finish up a little bit here by. It's just her. Oh, you know what? I'll do that in a bit. So it's just like her lower body now that I think needs a little bit of work. And I think, to be honest with you, the way that I'm going to do this is going to be, oops. I'll probably do this like diamond shape for it's just such a blank canvas. Let's maybe first do a gradient. So I'm gonna turn this back a bit, go a bit darker here. So I'm just trying to break up like just how monotonous it looks down below. So I'm gonna start with a gradient here. But I do think that it'll probably require a bit of a little bit of a design, more than likely. So I'll attempt to see if the diamond shapes just with slightly lighter color. I just don't want it to be distracting is all. So I'm gonna create legs. So we'll see. No, I'm not a huge fan of that. So what can I do? I could probably just give the edges a bit of a ridge. So let's try that to start. Or, trying to think. That actually might be enough. And what I'll do is I'll get this lighting here, and we can just give it a like just a light. Alright, so now I can actually take this and just erase away just a little bit to give it some interest here. Let me take away the shading later for just a second. So what I want to do is fade out. Okay. sorry, I was just trying to think of how this will end up looking here. Okay. And now I can go back to my shading, and I'm gonna redo this just a bit. Oops. Actually, it's the better way to do that, just to be to all right. We go back to the lighting. Now, that's not a bad idea. I'm gonna try this. I'm gonna go through to all layers. Let's get rid of the lighting here. Actually, let's do the inner part. And maybe I will make the, actually, let's try making the outer section to this outer section, this like slightly darker color. Let's just see what that looks like. All right, and then I'm going to now, oops, take off the shading. Right. Oops. Not sure how I feel about this particular, but just wanted to be able to come through. So yeah, I'm still like, I'm just trying to figure something out, right? I'm not happy with the way the bottom part looks, so we work to figure out how I change that. It's basically what this is. The lower legs, like I'm just trying to make it so it looks a bit a bit less monotonous, because the way that it was before with it all being the same color, it was just a bit too, yeah, it was just a bit too boring. I guess I probably could do... could I do upper and lower as different colors instead? Like different forms of metal or something? Let's maybe try that. Let's do... Let's do this, the darker color. And let's try this as the lighter color. See how that works. No, I'm not a fan of that. Sorry, I'm just like, I just want to undo like what I had. Okay. So we're back to where it was, just with like a soft gradient. I'm gonna have to like fix the shading on this now. Let's do the flats. For its editing layer. Alright, so we'll go back to the shading. I kind of have to just delete all of this because it's not really work anymore. Mess with it too much. So now I can come up here. That. Start off with the soft brush. Let's go in here. Great. Sucks when you gotta go back a few squares, but the piece almost always benefits from it, so good job. Oh, yeah. I mean, if you're disappointed in a piece of your design, you have to work on it, right? Like, this part of this design right now is definitely, it's probably the last piece I really need to figure out, and then I think this is a finished character, but yeah, dude. Gotta be willing to do that when, things aren't feeling quite right for you. And I appreciate it. I appreciate the compliment. I think here. It is. It's definitely tedious, but you are correct. Necessary. I think I'm just gonna settle with, and maybe I'll just see how this looks at first, but I think I'll probably just end up giving these like a trim. So something like, oof, way too big. So just have it. Something like this. And then I can like make it feel like it has like a bit of a flare out to it. Alright, so let's look at that. Yeah, I can even, dare I say, I can even make those pieces have a little bit of a gold tinge to them. Or like just a different color in general. I think that would solve the problems. So let's see. Let's see how it looks with like a gold trim here. See if it looks too busy. Flats. Let's go here. Oh, that does look pretty clean. That looks really clean. Okay. Alright, I think we've solved the problem. I think this looks much better. I don't think I need to add any more detail to it either. I do want to make this closer to this color here. And I'm not going to worry about any more shading on that gold trim part that I just created. We'll just keep it as it is. The only thing I'm going to do now is I'm going to go back through and just delete or erase these pieces here. Don't really need these anymore. Thank you. I'm glad that you agree that it looks pretty good. All right. What that also means, though, is I need to go back through and flat this. Actually, just go back through here and do this again. And it's a minor detail, but I do want to go through and add it here. Oops. Didn't mean to do that. Yeah, I think that solves the problem. I don't think I need to add anything else. Let's go to the lighting. Yeah, I don't need to add anything else to the lower legs. I think that solves the issues that we had. Oof. And I would say almost completes the character. Just some more stuff. What time is it? Okay. All right. Okay. So like the last thing that I want to do is I'm gonna just zoom in because I think that this is I guess one thing that I did want to do is I am going to get this. I wanted to add detail to the this handle part, and it's gonna be pretty simple. It's just going to be like this gold pattern that we have up here. Just redone onto this. And I'll leave it at that for now. Okay. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with this. So the last thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do another layer on top of everything, and just kind of clean up her face just a bit. Um, Nothing crazy. Maybe. Oh, I guess I should probably put it below the shading layer. Okay, we'll keep it like this for right now. Go through, let's keep going. Oops. Alright, I think I'm actually just gonna, because that wasn't coming out the way that I wanted it to. I do want to see if I can't. Huh, weird. Alright, like I want to make her, kind of want to make her eyelashes pure that pink color. So let's, actually, instead of doing all that, let's just delete this away. Let's add a new layer. Let's go here, we'll go here. And we'll try again. Great. I'm just like trying this out. I've never really attempted this kind of style on lashes before. All right. It's not really working out too well, so I'm just gonna delete this layer and I'll clean up what I had. Just going in, doing the flats and things of that nature. I do want to make her lips kind of pinkish as well. Then just give her a little bit of blush here. And last but not least, and I think this will probably finish it up. what do I want? I want overlay. Get like this reddish color. And I'm gonna go through. All right, so that's pretty intense right now, but I'm just gonna pull that back quite a bit. Just to give that hint of color. And last thing is I am gonna kind of pull back a bit on the cheeks here, just a bit too much, I think. And gotta finish out the eyes, of course. They look kind of dead right now. So we will do this. Darker. Ready? I'm gonna go down here, up for the edge here. And you're almost finished here. Just a couple little details. Did want to clean up. This will probably be actually the last thing here, is I just wanted to clean up her like hair. So I'm gonna erase this away. And there's just this little weird artifact right here where the face is, so we're gonna use the blend. Let's see. Alright, is it? Oops. Yeah, that was the goal. I appreciate it. All right. Well, I'm just gonna add, keep saying this is the last thing, and I keep adding stuff. Just gonna add like a little fold here. Nice. Getting those pixels in. Uh, some last minute shading here. Bunch of wasted brush strokes there. I could just do that. Alright, I am happy with this, so I'm going to end up moving on to another character in the next stream that I do that's like this. Oh boy. There will be some like last minute like changes and stuff that I do to this character as well, but I just think that like you don't need to sit here and watch me making like minute changes here and there. The foundation of this character is going to stay the same. Nothing's going to really change here. I'm just going to add things like a spell coming out of her hand and you know, probably complete the staff on the side so that you know, it's clear what the staff looks like and things of that nature. But other than that, I'm finished. I'll end up doing an illustration with her in the near future as well. But yeah, this is my character. If you've been kind of following along throughout as I've been doing the streams, I appreciate it. But yeah, I hope that you've enjoyed this little, I don't even know what to call it. Segment? Not segment. It's not what I'm looking for. Series. There we go. That's the one I was looking for. It's like character development series. I'll put all of these, all of the ones that are pertaining to her, I'll put it all into one playlist for people who might come later on down the road, or if you ever want to just watch the playlist. But yeah, thank you so much. I'm gonna check off now. I need to stuff something down my stomach really fast before I go to work. But I love all of you. I appreciate your support, and yep, continue to draw, and I'll catch you on the next one. Peace out.